Okay, so it appears that we do not have quorum for the groups as of right now. So we are going to go ahead and move forward with item number 3, which is public comment. Has anyone signed in to speak today? Okay, thank you. We will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
There is no executive director's report, but getting to the end of the year, I do want to take a moment to thank you all for your service to NOACA. It's very important that we have the engagement of so many stakeholders and partners like you. So I appreciate the time that you take to come here and spend with us, and then sometimes the work that you have to do outside of here. It is meaningful and it does make a difference in the region. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Grace. So do any of the chairs have a report? The Business Advisory Council, Rob Duncan? Oh, is that better? Sorry. I very rarely am told to speak up, so,
The information's in the packet unless you have a question.
okay, thank you. How about Community Advisory Council? She is not here. How about Rural Advisory Council, Scott?
No report today, thank you.
Okay, and then Emerging Leaders Council, I do not have a report either. So we will go ahead and move on to action items, which there are none for this meeting. So our first presentation will be Ben Burloff, sorry, Ben, with the Government Affairs Update.
Okay, start again. Good morning to our chair and members of the councils. I'm just going to give a really brief update on what we've been doing in terms of our government affairs division here at NOACA. No action is required, and there's no previous action on this item. I'll start with the federal side. Hasn't been much in the way of legislation or policy action happening in Congress in recent months since you last met. So I'll really just focus on funding through the IIJ, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, both of which had numerous funding programs. And we've been busy coordinating grant applications from entities throughout the region to apply for these various grants, make sure we're taking advantage of every opportunity out there, and making sure that we're not competing against each other when we apply for these grants. So we're administering this strategy that we had developed to coordinate those applications. We're supporting projects through the region. Those that do apply, we provide letters of support, which are important for the application's success. And we do advocacy, reaching out to our members of Congress and getting them on board with support for these projects. Haven't been a whole lot of awards in the last 3 months, I guess, since you last met. Usually I have a long list of projects that were awarded funding. But there were 2 really big projects that were awarded funding. There was an infra grant to the city of Cleveland for their North Coast Connector project. It's a big project that will connect downtown Cleveland to the North Coast. And the Clean Ports Program under US EPA awarded a $94 million grant to the Port of Cleveland for their electrification project and modernization project. So those were really big awards that we were excited about and that we had supported. There were a number of grants made, and I'm just listing all the ones made throughout 2024 to various communities in our region through a DOT program called Safe Streets and Roads for All to help communities plan for safety improvements in their communities. Some of these are also planning and demonstration grants where they can actually start to demonstrate their projects and to assess their success. And so these grants went to Cleveland, Cleveland Heights, Lorain County Department of Public Health, Cuyahoga County, Euclid, Independence, Rocky River, Willowick. So we've had a lot of awards through that program. That's been a great success. At the state level, we are continuing to meet with our State House delegation. We've been holding one-on-one meetings, myself, Grace, and Andrew, who make up our government affairs team, to discuss relevant issues related to the upcoming state fiscal year 2026-2027 transportation budget. So every 2 years, the governor introduces a transportation budget, and that will be unveiled probably in this coming February. But the agencies at the state of Ohio are already putting that together, and so we are talking to them about, what our priorities are with regard to the budget, and we've been having meetings all through the summer and the fall, and we've got some more coming up. We've met with Senator Antonio, Representative Brent, Senator Matt Dolan, Rep. Sharon Ray, Representative Bride Rose Sweeney, and Senator Nathan Manning. And we have meetings coming up this month with Senator Jerry Serino and Representative Dan Troy in Lake County. So we're meeting with as many of our State House reps as possible. And I should also note, with the recent elections, we do have some new members in our State House delegation. So we'll be we'll be reaching out to them and hoping to set up meetings to sit down with them and talk about what NOACA's priorities are. At the State House, we'll have new reps, Tristan Rader from Lakewood, Chris Glassburn from North Olmsted, Mike Davila from southwest part of Cuyahoga County, Eric Sinnenberg is from Beechwood, and Kelly Dieter from Lorain County. So we've got some new state reps to get to know, and hopefully that they, to make sure they get to know NOACA, who we are, and what our legislative priorities are, as stated in our legislative agenda. And also, I should say, we have two new U.S. senators. One, Senator Bernie Moreno. We don't know who the second one is just yet. The governor will be appointing a new senator for the second seat. So the issues we've been discussing, as I said, are issues related to our transportation budget coming up. We support increased transit funding. We talk about what are the long-term transportation revenue options to keep our transportation system strong as the gas tax sort of loses its strength as a funding mechanism. And we talk about funding equity for Northeast Ohio, making sure our region's getting its fair share of those state gas tax dollars. And in addition to the budget, we talk about a lot of other things like interstate interchange policy. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Passenger rail and its importance to our region. Employee mobility, workforce mobility. Brownfield funding. Clean air and water funding. Funding for economic development for our communities. And last but not least, transportation safety and making sure that's funded and a priority in our transportation budget. Talking about interstate highway interchanges, we've talked about this many times at past meetings, how in the last transportation budget, almost 2 years ago, a provision was inserted that requires an interchange between Cuyahoga and Medina counties on I-71. It bypasses the normal process. Interchanges are not normally prescribed by state law. There's a process that the federal government requires be followed that begins with the MPOs the members of the board of an MPO coming together to make decisions around where interchanges on the federal highway system should be built. So this provision was put into the law and signed into law by the governor Subsequently, legislation was introduced to overturn that provision, a bill in the Senate and a bill in the House. We testified in support of both of those bills. Most recently, several times we've been down to Columbus on this. Most recently, on November 19th, just a couple weeks ago, Grace went down to Columbus. We went down and she testified in support of Senate Bill 155, authored by Senator Romanchuk from Medina County, and that would overturn that interstate provision. And we discussed the fact that NOACA and ODOT are working together to conduct a comprehensive traffic study. The study has already gone out to bid, and they've hired the consultant, and the work is beginning. So that is currently underway, and we think, that is helping to convince lawmakers that they can repeal this provision, let the study run its course, and see what the recommendations are. So this bill actually was approved by the Ohio Senate already, and then it came over to the House. It was approved by the House Economic and Workforce Development Committee on November 19th, the same day that we were there when Grace testified. They approved the bill, sent it to the House floor, and now they're awaiting House floor approval. We're really hoping that happens by the end of this year, because if it doesn't, then they begin a new General Assembly in January, and the bill would have to start all over again. So it's gotten very, very close. We're an inch away from the finish line here. So we're really hoping that the House floor, that this gets taken up on the House floor in the next week or so. There's not much more time for House business. I do want to mention a big event that our government affairs team developed and hosted for NOACA just this past week on Tuesday. We hosted something called our NOACA Safety Summit. It was actually part of, in the past, we had something called NOACA Transportation Day. It was an annual event for mayors and county elected officials. We got away from it a little bit during COVID when many things were curtailed. We brought it back this year, and back in the summer when we were deciding what should the focus be this year, we decided on transportation safety, because many of our board members were telling us that that is an important priority in their communities. So we held our NOACA Transportation Day / Safety Summit this past Tuesday, and we brought in a variety of speakers, full lineup of speakers and panels focused on safer transportation for drivers, passengers, bicyclists, pedestrians, and transit riders. So really covering the gamut for all users of our transportation network. And it was a great day. It was a sort of a long half day. Our speakers included Mayor Bibb, Mayor Sarin from Cleveland Heights, Lorain County Public Health, Kat Bray. Those first three communities have been the most successful with that Safe Streets for All program and getting grants that I discussed earlier. From ODOT, we had Kate Harley and Brent Bogard from Central Office in Columbus. We had our very own sitting here with us today, planner, author, and advocate Angie Schmidt, who did a great job. We had Medina County Sheriff's Office, Director of Administration Services, Rebecca Byrne, who gave a great presentation about a really innovative teen driving program where they go above and beyond to help teens learn driving skills to prevent accidents. We had, from outside the region, a Deputy Director of Transportation and Mobility from Dublin, Ohio, Tina Washkowitz, I think that's how we say it. She talked about their speed management program in Dublin, Ohio, which has been very successful. From GCRTA, we had Stephen Peganoff talking about safety for transit riders. By Cleveland's Jenna Thomas spoke. And then we had three speakers that are NOACA staff planners, Sam Schweikert, Kessa Turnbull, and Rob Olhorn. So they all did really, I thought, great presentations. And I think our guests got some new ideas, maybe thought about some new approaches and ways that they can improve transportation safety in their own communities. Turn quickly to the legislative agenda for 2025. You all recall, you all really were the first to take a look at some proposed changes. I think it was at least 6 months ago when I talked about some thoughts, things that maybe we needed to update on our legislative agenda for the coming year. You all provided a lot of great input, and we took your input and recommendations, took that to the External Affairs Committee. The things that we had talked about here that you thought we should prioritize a little more in our agenda were safety, environmental stewardship, including air, water, and climate pollution, and economic development. So we added some components, some language to our agenda to emphasize those items a little more. So again, we took this after your discussion, we took it to External Affairs Committee. They agreed with your recommendations. Then the Executive Committee last month placed it on the board agenda. And then this Friday, or next Friday, I'm sorry, a week from today, December 13th, the NOACA board will consider adoption of our updated legislative agenda. So we appreciate the input and the discussions that we had here with with your councils. And we will hopefully get that approved next week. And then beyond that, as you may recall, we have another document that accompanies our legislative agenda called our Initiatives for Action document. So once we get this updated legislative agenda, we'll be updating our Initiatives for Action, and we'll be bringing some proposals to you to these councils for the next meeting. So what do we have coming up with government affairs? We will continue our advocacy on Senate Bill 155 and the House counterpart to overturn that interchange requirement. We'll be reviewing and advocating regarding the governor's biennial transportation budget. We'll continue these legislator meetings. We will develop an advocacy agenda for the next federal surface transportation bill. We're working with some of our national organizations already on that. Believe it or not, the IIJA it runs through 2026, so there are a lot of talks going on already about what the next federal transportation bill will look like. So we've been involved in those discussions. We will continue to implement our IIJA grant strategy, try to bring more money to the region, and collaborate with safety advocates, working with groups like Angie Schmidt's Ohioans for Safe Streets and other organizations supporting safety. So that is my presentation. Any comments? Any recommendations? Anything else you think we should be talking about when we meet with legislators? You all represent your various communities and interests, so we're always looking for input.
Yeah, I understand at the last meeting, which I was unable to attend, that there was significant amount of discussion on the legislative agenda. So we're really pleased that the councils were able to provide that input for us. And as Bev said, we were able to make those changes or include those items into our legislative agenda that will be going to the board next week. It's not too early to start thinking about the future. Is there anything else the BACAC and REC should be thinking about in terms of legislative? And what I mean by that is we're often reactionary to the legislative agenda in Columbus. Is there something that we ought to do that is more, yes, thank you, Lou, proactive?
So, I think, we're seeing a big change at the federal level. So, electrification, sort of, I think should continue to be a priority and is important for the competitiveness of the auto industry, which we have a lot of suppliers in this region. So that's something, I don't know, we might want to think about and keep an eye on. And secondly, I think, there's been like a shift since the pandemic, and one thing I'm noticing a lot as a parent is that school transportation issues have really sort of gone sideways with car lines, and it's really at my kid's school. It's kind of a cluster, and I think that's happening sort of across the region, and that might be an area where there might be a little bit of bipartisan consensus. So I just think that would be going forward, maybe a little bit it would be appropriate to focus a little bit more on school transportation because downtown commuting is down a little bit, but we have seen that really increase, and it contributes more and more to rush hour congestion.
Yeah, that's a great point. I know that we do some work around safe routes to school, but looking at the congestion, particularly, at the drop off and pickup is a good idea. In terms of electrification, as you know, I think NOACA is currently in the process of installing electric vehicle charging stations in the 5-county region. Perhaps at the next meeting, we can give you an update on phase 1 and phase 2, what we've actually accomplished with phase 1 and what we're expecting to accomplish with phase 2. And the difference between the phases was really twofold. One was we didn't have enough money to do all of it at once, the plan that we developed. So we had to break it up into 2 phases. And also phase 2 is primarily looking more at the fast charging stations, where phase 1 was still a lot of the level 2s, which are those slower all day charging. So I think that that would be helpful to give you that perspective. And we are at this time still looking for sites to place electric vehicle charging stations. And so that's something perhaps that you can help us with, as long as it's in a publicly accessible place.
Thank you. I just want to share, since Grace and Angie on electric charging stations. So with the Department of Economic Development, there was an abandoned industrial complex on the west side of Cleveland that was at the end of a residential street, and it was shut down in the 80s, so a long time it was vacant. And we worked with the developer on taking that existing facility, and the developer's converting it to pickleball courts, pickleball facility. It's been in the news a little bit. Maybe you've seen it. But as we worked with them and provided some financing to help write down the cost to get this vacant, abandoned former manufacturing facility back into productive use, we did require them to add in EV charging stations in the parking lot that they needed to do. So just something, even your private sector, if you are working with them on to help make a change. And again, these are open to the public, whether you come and use the pickleball facility, there that will open up hopefully in January. Keep your fingers crossed. On that. So, and then just being an advocate. And then one other thing is I've been just following in some our regional communities for safety and other reasons that have been installing the roundabouts too, a little bit for safety and traffic calming. I think being advocates and a voice for that, and educating, because a lot of people just don't understand them. They find them confusing. And I do think it takes some education on that in your respective communities. Thank you.
Great suggestions, great points.
Good morning, everybody. Based on what Angie and Kevin just mentioned, I would like to throw in some crazier ideas. We do have some of the existing program NOACA supports. So, for example, with that particular site Kevin just mentioned, not only we should put charging stations, we should also consider if they have a good system for bike racks, even for sittings for people using public transit to go to that location or to visit that location. We know all the transit authorities may not have a budget to build lots of bus shelters, but these projects we can encourage them to include all these elements, which that will help the people working there, visiting there. That will also increase the safety measurements as well. The other crazy idea I have is I do like the the van share programs. And in the past, a couple of meetings, we have heard the news. It's not that great for that program. So for Angie's points, I can also see the possibility if we extend the van share program or alter it a little bit for school children, because with the new administration federally all the way down, we know the school budget may not be generous at all. They will not get much increase. And all the transit authorities may not really get that much help from federal capital projects as well. So if we can alter our program to start helping parents, especially in the rural areas, for their kids to safely go to school and come back home, that actually saves parents time, and they can also not worry about their children's safety as much. And we really ensure the kids will actually go to school and go back home without too much trouble either. Thank you.
Yeah, there's actually sort of a name or a concept for that approach called school pool. And we have worked, in the past, I did air quality work here, and we've worked with some communities to encourage those kind of, to develop a school pool program where parents can sign up to either basically carpool their kids to school if that's the best option. So you have less cars in that school line, less emissions and, polluted air that the kids are all breathing when they get out of the cars, and less, less crash potential with less cars on the road. But also, many communities try to do what they call walking school pools or bike pools, where they organize kids to walk to school together or bike to school together. And maybe the parents might take turns and one parent accompanies them. Those are really popular in some communities, especially communities that are more densely populated, where kids can walk and bike to school, but they like to do it in numbers because it's safer. So those are some things that, I think that we do try to encourage with our air quality program and Go Ohio Commute, but it's a good point. And we'll bring that up again with our air quality team, but thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, Bev.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up, we have the climate action planning engagement updates with Joel Ratner, who I'm sure will be delighted to provide you with an update.
Thank you very much, Denise. I'm glad to be here today. Have an update around the climate action planning effort and engagement. As you may recall, I'm Joel Ratner, and my business is Joel Ratner Community Partnership. I've been retained by NOACA to participate in this grant-funded effort focused on the engagement piece, which I'm going to tell you about today. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program focuses on 3 key objectives: to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, tackling damaging climate pollution, while supporting creation of good jobs, lowering energy costs, accelerate work to address environmental injustice, and empower community-driven solutions, and deliver cleaner air by reducing harmful air pollutants. And this particular effort is a partnership between NOAC and the City of Cleveland. It's a $1 million grant that was awarded in July 2023. Again, I was hired to do the engagement work in the 4 counties outside of Cuyahoga County. Cleveland and Cuyahoga are also participating in the engagement work in their own jurisdictions. So key deliverables, one has already been delivered, is the Priority Climate Action Plan. Then that was completed in March. There will be a comprehensive climate action plan that's due, I believe actually now that may be due in December 2025, right? So that's been extended. It was initially July 2025. And then there is a status report on the progress in that will be around what's being accomplished that's in the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan that's due in July 2027. I believe that's the date right now. So again, this is how the Priority Climate Action Plan looks. That was again prepared in about 6 months ago, a little bit more now. And this was based on outreach, which I'm going to tell you, which many of you participated in, that we did about 1.5 years ago now, more than a year ago. And public outreach is an integral part of the process. We're continuing that now to reach out particularly to underserved communities. So there is a greenhouse gas inventory, 2018 and 2022 numbers that are included in the plan. And then a benefits analysis focused on low-income and disadvantaged communities, amongst other required parts of the plan. So you can see here, so there's then really an analysis that includes workforce analysis, projections around greenhouse gas emissions, continued efforts to reduce them, et cetera. So these are all the required plan elements in this comprehensive climate action plan. The initial outreach that we did in 2023, summer and fall, we engaged in public sessions, over 700 people at 30 sessions. We found strong support for climate action planning. There were a lot of concerns about unpredictable weather, poor air quality. That was actually during the time of the Canadian wildfires, so we were right in the middle of experiencing some real air quality issues, and lots of concern about the future of the next generation. At those sessions, for those of you who attended, you may recall there was a vocal minority questioning the validity of climate change concept and whether NOACA should be involved in this effort at all. NOACA staff implemented 2 primary climate action planning public engagement campaigns, and there were additional pieces in addition besides those sessions, which I just mentioned, including podcasts, lunch and learns, in-person surveys. There was an online survey, interactive kiosks in libraries, and other collateral materials were prepared and were made available in social media. So NOACA did engage in a number of different media and techniques to seek to engage people around the region as fully as possible. The next round of engagement, which is what we're doing now, is focusing on low-income and disadvantaged communities. There's a particular definition provided by EPA around what is a low-income and disadvantaged communities. It's a little different than low-income census tracts generally, and it's a little bit different from environmental justice communities, I believe. So it's its own definition provided for this grant of low-income and disadvantaged communities. Again, as I said, in partnership with the City of Cleveland, the most of the low-income and disadvantaged communities are in Cleveland and Cuyahoga County, though there are some in the 4 counties outside as well. The idea is that low-income people, low-income and disadvantaged communities have suffered the greatest brunt around climate change and disproportionately impacted by changes in the climate. So an effort to reach out to them, to hear from them about what they're experiencing. So that's what we're currently doing. Here is a set of completed engagement sessions. For intellectual honesty, I do want to say the December 3rd session scheduled for this week was postponed. They weren't ready to engage at Lorraine and El Centro, though we did have a session yesterday at Gathering Hope House in Lorraine. We've had several sessions in Lake County. Painesville is one of these low-income and disadvantaged communities. Lorraine City, Elyria City, and there are also some low-income and disadvantaged identified communities in Geauga County on the eastern edge. So we're looking to schedule additional sessions in January, but these are the ones that we've conducted so far. I will say that we have been very successful in engaging people who really are low income and disadvantaged. So we had 2 sessions, for example, Lorraine City Schools. So again, the address is, there's a high, virtually everyone who participated lived in, it qualifies as in one of these low income and disadvantaged communities. One of the things we do at this session is share the priority measures. There are 10 priority measures, which regional climate action priorities, which were developed as part of the PCAP, the Priority Climate Action Plan. In this order: clean electricity, building efficiency, electrification, green steel production, vehicle miles traveled reduction, light duty vehicle electrification, heavy-duty vehicle electrification, refrigerants capture, solid waste diversion, nature-based solutions, and agricultural actions. And we do have a sheet with these 10 priorities that we share at each of our sessions. Again, here are the sectors, the greenhouse gas inventory sectors. We do share the greenhouse gas inventory as part of these sectors. Here is the map that I was referring to before. So you see the blue shaded areas and the red dots are significantly focused in Cuyahoga County, but in Lorraine you have the cities of Lorraine and Elyria. In Lake County you have the city of Painesville, and then you have some unincorporated townships in Geauga County, and we're still seeking to. And by the way, if anyone, we have an additional session set up for Elyria. Still working in Medina County. We did do one session we did do one session in Medina County, although technically there is not a LIDAC area there, but we did have a session at the Suprema Senior Center. We are still working to schedule sessions in Geauga County on that eastern edge. So if anyone here has ideas or can work with me, we've been in contact with a lot of stakeholders in Geauga County and are looking for additional partners to help us to convene those sessions in January. So if anyone here is from Geauga and has contacts in those eastern parts of the county, I would love a conversation with you. This again, where we've identified the LIDAC communities, talking about benefits to responding to climate change and challenges in these communities. We're talking about pollution reduction, reduced energy burden, and workforce opportunities. These are all part of the conversation. And we're having genuine conversations. We also have a written feedback form that we're asking people to complete as part of the sessions. As I mentioned, the engagement approaches are multifaceted and using different kinds of media. We are continuing and will continue into the first 6 months of next year to do these engagement sessions. That's really the overview and the update, so happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Joel?
Chair thank you so much for that presentation.
Sure.
Two questions. One, the materials that you're providing at that meeting, are they somewhere on the website, or do we have to go to the meeting to get those materials? And then one more question. When you're getting feedback at those engagement sessions, a previous slide you had kind of three categories of things that you're interested in soliciting feedback on, including workforce development. I'm curious how you're taking that information and getting it to those who can do something with it. So like, is the Workforce Development Board on the receiving end of that information, or board, since I know it's a multi-county? So who ends up getting the feedback that can act on it?
Thank you. So the answer to the first question is the materials at the sessions I'm happy to share with you, Bashara. So glad to do it. I actually didn't bring them today, but I can happy to get them to you with approval of NOACA. So again, I report directly to Danielle in Public Affairs, but I'm sure we're happy to share that with you. But normally the materials are just used in the sessions. I don't think they're on the website. As a result of all these sessions, I will be preparing a report. And again, we do have written responses to a number of questions that that people are providing in the session. So I will write an overall report that goes to NOACA. And it will be NOACA's decision how to share it. Of course, it will be used to inform, I hope, I believe, it will be used to inform the final report that again is due at the end of next year, so which is about the whole climate action priorities. So that's what I can say. So happy to share and engage around those things.
Any other questions? I just have one question, Joel. I was wondering, the decision to meet with LIDAC groups for the next round of engagement rather than LMI, is there a reason for that, or is it a grant requirement, or because there are, more LMI areas than there are LIDAC areas?
Joe's not here, but my understanding is that it's a grant requirement, so that the
Okay.
EPA has actually defined that, and it is a requirement within the climate planning, the CPRG, that this is the focus on the engagement, and that they've defined the LIDAC, the low income and disadvantaged communities, was done in Washington and basically provided.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to see if Danielle could put onto the website those documents so that way everybody can have access to them. Is there a way to put those on there?
Good morning. There's definitely a way to put those documents on there, but a lot of the questions are really derived from the discussion. So even if we post them, it's really about the engagement. So we will definitely share, but I think that it would help with the sessions or even recording so you could see how the engagement is being conducted. I think that that would help. If we need to do another one, and even with the councils, we'll be happy to do that just to get some other type of feedback outside of some of the requirements for LIDAC. We've done extensive work prior to LIDAC, and so it's very similar to what we've done before within other communities.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. And your idea of having a session with this group, I think, is a great idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
To the chair, and I'm wondering if maybe this question is directed towards Grace. Has there been kind of an analysis of the election and how it might impact some of these priorities? And what's prompting the question is LIDAC seems to be like a term that is part of this administration's energy and environmental agenda. And so we know that the next administration is changing and will have different priorities. So some of the terminology may either not be used anymore or may be less of a priority. So I'm curious how you're seeing either from our MPO or your peer MPOs what they believe the impact will be on them as from the election. So what's prompting it was some of the terminology that may not be used or maybe used more.
Yeah, I think it's a little early to be able to predict what they're going to do, so we kind of have to wait and see how it unfolds. But there is no doubt that every administration change brings with it some differences in how they administer the laws and the guidelines that are put in place and the priorities that are put in place. So we do anticipate some change. What we don't anticipate is any clawing back of funding we already have. So the funding that has come through either in the IIJA or the IRA that has already been awarded, we don't anticipate losing any of that funding, but we are not sure where it will go from there.
Thank you, Grace. Any further questions? Guess maybe Nostradamus would know that answer.
Yeah.
Okay. So next item on the agenda is the Virtual Public Affairs Forum Survey, and that is with Kate Moaning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to get these slides forwarded. Yeah, I am here. I'm Kate Menning. I manage community affairs for the NOACA agency through the Public Affairs Division. And I'm going to be following up with you guys on a public affairs forum survey that was brought to your attention in July. Just to recap that presentation, we are planning to do a number of quarterly forums in 2025. Forums were chosen as a vehicle to create social connections and a sense of community for NOACA's work. We want these forums to encourage public education, communications, to be able to provide education and resources to the public, and then to increase collaboration within the region. Participating on your behalf and on your peers and colleagues is a great way for not only you as community members, but your peers and colleagues to provide that expertise and input into NOACA's priorities that you so well represent in your local communities. Just as an aside, 85% of previous panels and hosts at a number of our past forums were members of either NOACA board, committees, subcommittees, or councils. So we thank you for that assistance, and we'd like to reach out and plan some more for next year. So in July of this past year, 2024, External Affairs Committee was presented with and approved some themes and topics for these 4 forums that will happen in 2025. The first is transportation infrastructure investments, which would include transportation networks, issues that involve our roads, our bridges, public transit, and active transportation options in the region. The second one, equity and social justice, is how these transportation decisions impact our different communities, aiming for fair and inclusive outcomes in our transportation systems. Economic development was the third topic, how collaborating with local governments and businesses can boost economic growth, such as NOACA's SEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Implementation is currently, an ongoing process for us. And then finally, the environmental planning section theme, which is really what is NOACA's role in regional climate pollution reduction and the environmental planning work that we do here at the agency. Just a brief background on these topics that you just heard. The forum topics are, we have now developed a survey that we are hoping that you guys can provide some input for us on specific topics related to those four themes. The survey is open now through December 20th. That's the link there, but it was also included in the packet that you received. So we can certainly, I'm sure, provide that to you again. But we're seeking ideas on in these four theme areas on specific topic suggestions that you would recommend within those stated themes. And those topic suggestions can be anything that you think that your communities or your audiences or your representatives would be interested in learning more about how we impact those themes. We are also looking for moderator recommendations, somebody to be able to gauge that panel discussion and be able to facilitate some great dialogue in that respect. And then, of course, panelist recommendations. Who are the experts out there in those topics that you guys are interested in us presenting within those themes? And we really would love your input on all of those things. The survey itself is set up with a skip logic. So you don't have to put everything everywhere. You don't have to provide us with topics for every single theme. If you are just interested in one or have an idea for one, you can skip right over a lot of these questions, just keep going through. So the survey should not be cumbersome or long-winded in that way. We set it up so that you can suggest topics up to 2 within each theme, but if you have others, there's also a question at the end that you can also provide additional information. Moderator and panelist recommendations are welcome, but they're not required. So we're really looking for these topics. We're really looking for moderators and panelists, but we would love to be able to at least identify areas of interest within our region in those 4 theme areas and, get your input. We'll start looking for speakers in those respects as well. If you have any questions or comments, if the survey has been beta tested, so hopefully the skip logic is working correctly. But if you find out you have any problems with it, please feel free to reach out to me or to public affairs staff. We would be happy to help. And our next steps for this is with this, the survey will be open until December 20th. So if you have any input, please just get out there and just do it, as quickly as you possibly can, because we'd like to have the speakers lined up for the March and June forums confirmed in January. And that would include the moderators as well. So we'd like to have those topics of interest identified so that we can do adequate promotion on these forums starting in mid-February. So that is my quick presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
The floor is open. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Those are being held here. Are they here at NWACA's offices? Kate, over here.
Oh.
It's Angie, over here.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry.
That's
Hi,
okay.
Angie.
I'm like behind the curtain. Are they here? The forums? Are they being held here?
They will be virtual. So they
Oh,
will be virtual forums. That's how we felt they would be best represented to be able to, make them available to as many people as possible in our region.
Any further questions? Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
All right, item number 7, reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? All right, next item, old business. Is there any old business? All right, item 9, is there any new business?
I have something for new business.
Excellent, thank you. I was feeling a little alone up here.
Yeah, no. Let's see if we can go all the way back because I missed something. The meeting times meeting time for the BACAC, RAC, and ELAC will be changing for next calendar year. So we are going to be moving it to 11:30 to 1:30 with lunch served. Thinking that that might be a better way to get people to participate. We have not had quorum for BACAC, RAC, or ELAC in a long time. And we, I think, all feel that combining the groups has been successful. It's been a way for all of us to be able to get feedback from each other and learn from each other. But trying to get more participation, we know that many members had some conflicts early in the morning on Fridays, and so that this would be better. So we thought, again, that this might be a better way to get you all to participate. So just wanted to make you aware of that. You'll get the calendar invites soon. But hopefully, the lure of lunch will get more people to participate. So the economic development one will be on a different day. It will follow the schedule of the other subcommittees. So the policy committee has two subcommittees. It has an equity subcommittee and a economic development one, so those will both be on the same day. Liz, am I correct that it'll be a different day?
Sorry, so I'm not shouting. So the way that we're adjusting it is that the Economic Development Subcommittee will meet in the morning of what is normally the fourth Friday of the year. So the next meeting will be March 28th of 2025 at 8:30. And then following that will be the Equity Subcommittee, which is, that's changing days. It's normally, I think, the third Friday. Now it'll be the fourth, immediately following the Economic Development Subcommittee. Those two committees report to the Policy Committee. And then after that will be your all's meeting, 11:30 to 1:30. So we have the 2025 calendar going before the board in December. And then once it's finalized, we'll send it out officially, send you all the calendar invites, so you can put them on your calendar.
Okay, so they're the same day. And we had some poor participation for the Economic Development Subcommittee, and that's because it was later in the day. So a lot of folks felt that they could attend if it were earlier in the day. So we're going to try this and see if this works, and we'll keep you updated. So Tony, you'll get breakfast and lunch. Yeah.
Yeah, and Grace, thank you for at least trying something new, because hopefully the new strategy will work. Although the BAC, RAC, and ELAC acronym is still probably not as long as supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay.
But we're trying. And also what we did with ELAC is to eliminate that special meeting that we had afterwards, because it's really the same topics, and it seemed that there wasn't much engagement in that meeting. We seemed to be out in 15 minutes or so. So we didn't think that there was necessarily a reason to continue with that separate meeting.
Is there any other new business? Anything?
Got somebody?
I'm sorry.
Question.
Go ahead.
And this is for Grace. I'm curious, is there a consideration around whether these advisory councils will be like combined instead of having like three separate councils? When I was looking through the materials, like the first 100 or so pages are just like minutes. And it's like, oh, we've got to get to page 171 before we get to like the materials for this meeting. And so I'm curious, since we're all in one room, is there consideration for keeping the councils together and basically combining them? Or are they gonna still remain as kind of separate bodies?
You know, we have thought about combining them. We'll have to look at the legalities of how the structure functions if they're combined. But we did give that some thought and decided to keep them separate. because there are different members for BAC, CAC, and RAC and ELAC. And so we didn't want to lose the uniqueness of each council, and we didn't want to lose the diversity that we gain from having different people on each one of them. So that is why, but we will continue to look at that to see if that isn't something that would make attendance easier, or at least meeting quorum easier. I mean, in terms of meeting quorum, whether you have one giant group that is 60 members or four that is 15 each, you have to still have the same level of quorum. So
That's a helpful explanation, because I was wondering why they were still separate, but it sounds like this is a function of our bylaws that we have the three different councils.
Right.
But since the content for the meetings pretty much stays the same across the three when they were separate, we're using this as a vehicle to share the meeting materials in the same space.
Right.
But for bylaw purposes, that's why they're distinct.
right.
That's helpful.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, well, since we don't have quorum, we don't have to have a motion to adjourn, so we will end the meeting as of 10:10 this morning. Thank you.
Thank you all very much and have a wonderful holiday. Happy New Year, and we will see you in 2025. One person or which one? Back and Rec, so close, yeah.
We're just gonna go ahead and move forward. I do not believe that we have quorum, correct? So we do not need to vote on the meeting minutes or anything for that matter. Okay, so are there any public comments on agenda items? Has no one signed in to speak? Is there a chair or executive director's report?
Nothing different than we've already talked about at the other meeting, which was really no report other than to
Okay.
thank you all for your service.
Excellent. Are there any action items?
No.
Okay. And presentation discussion items, discussion on Business Community Rule Advisory Council's agenda items, and that will be Executive Director Grace.
Yeah, so before we get into that agenda items, I guess I wanted to ask, I probably should have asked before we did this, but we kind of did it, and now I'm asking. Is everybody okay with having eliminated this as a separate meeting? Kind of got the impression in terms of talking to some of you or some, just communications and kind of seeing how this has gone. But yes, it's not too late to restore it with the vote. The board hasn't voted on it yet. So if you all felt that this was particularly important to keep, we can make that change. But if everybody's happy with the way we're proposing it, and that there's sufficient time after that meeting that should we want to meet separately as an ELAC, we can.
Absolutely. I support your decision.
Okay, good. Very good, thank you. So, the agenda for the BACCAC, REC, and ELAC joint meeting centered on government affairs, climate action, and the virtual public affairs survey. Relative to the survey, we will send you the link out after this meeting. Is there anything under government affairs update that you would like to discuss further than what was already discussed? Any concerns you have? I know that the biggest concerns seem to be the uncertainty about the next administration and where that leaves us. But again, I don't have any concerns myself about any funding that we've already seen being clawed back.
That's good.
Then the climate action planning, public engagement update, any comments on the climate action planning that we didn't already talk about in the joint meeting? There too, I don't anticipate anything in the short term changing. We received the $1 million grant to develop a climate action plan, and that is due in August of 2025. So we are still working full force to get that completed. And I don't anticipate that there would be anything immediate on that. There might be some longer term changes coming, but I think we're probably good to keep developing the plan as we have been. And again, the funding is already here. Anything else there? I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any reports or updates? Is there any old business? All right, so are there any comments from our attendees here this afternoon or this morning? It's still morning.
Hi, so we got the email, I think last week or this week about participating for
Yeah.
2025. How many people responded yes to that email?
Surprisingly, most of them. We only got a
Okay.
few folks that said no.
Interesting. Just because the faces that I see, the small group of us, it's always the same. But everyone else said yes too, so that's
I
interesting.
mean, it's interesting that there were some folks that I haven't seen in a long time that I thought for sure did not want to participate that said, yes, they still want to participate. That some of them explained that they've had some timing issues and conflicts. Some didn't explain. They just said, yes, they wanted to be part of it. Some, like with the RAC folks, I thought for sure we would get folks that didn't want to participate because I haven't seen them, but they showed up today.
So maybe with the changed hours and how, maybe it'll get better. Do, do you think, I mean, maybe adding some more people to it, or do you think we should just keep it the same number?
A great question, and that's something that, maybe we should look at. But if we, part of me says if you can't get the ones who are there to participate, what makes us think that we can get even more people to participate?
And the more people you add, the bigger quorum you're
need.
going to
We're gonna have
need.
to have, yes, that's,
So it's kind of one of those.
Now, one of the
catch
things,
22.
speaking of quorums, one of the things that the Brownfields revolving loan steering committee did. Now, they're a steering committee, they're not an actual committee or a council, but they changed their quorum from the 51% to 33% because they were also having trouble getting quorum. And they actually have business to conduct at every meeting. And if they don't get the business conducted, then it delays the awarding of these loans. So they changed that. And I don't know if that's something we would want to consider for the councils. That's something else that we could do that then allows us to conduct business at least.
So I think of the idea of conducting business, I just think it would be helpful if there was like a little more clarity around sort of our role and what, you know, we are meant to accomplish, like what are the business goals of this meeting and sort of the deliverables that are coming from us
The
in the
main-
meetings.
Yeah, no, that's true. With the Brownfields revolving loan, it's pretty clear cut. You come in, you evaluate the loan applications, and you select the priority recipients, and then we make the awards. So they've got clear action. Here, the action isn't as clear. That being said, can we make it better, clearer? Yes, we can. But primarily, the role of the councils is to help us provide some feedback to us on the work that we're doing and be able to get the word out to your networks for various things. For example, one of the things that I had mentioned that we would like to get you involved in is the EV charging stations. We do have a number of EV charging stations in the second round that we can allocate. Where should they go? We have our sort of points on a map of where they should go, but in some cases, those communities don't want them. Sometimes they don't want them because they already put one in. Sometimes they don't want one because they don't want to pay the 20%. Who knows other reasons? But if there are better places and some more support that we can garner around EV charging stations, that would be helpful.
Yeah, Drew and I were just talking, we both have plug-in vehicles and have a lot of, we're opinionated a little bit about it just because, so I mean, I would love to be more involved in thinking that through, and I do have some suggestions, but it does keep coming up, but I've never seen sort of maps, and it would be interesting to know a little bit also about the thinking around certain decisions, like to only put them on public lands and not private and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so the decision around that particular thing was just what we had the funding for. So the regulations for our funding basically dictate that they have to be on public property, not on private property. And so That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that we felt that one of the main objectives was to ensure that we had EV charging stations in all areas of the region, even areas where people didn't already own vehicles, so they could purchase vehicles and know that they didn't need to worry about a place to charge if they live in, say, multifamily housing. Like in the urban core, you've got multifamily housing where you can't charge your car overnight. And so you've always got to find a place to do that. So there were a number of reasons, but the main reason is that it was regulatory. It has to be accessible 24/7, and it has to be on public property. Those are the two main rules for our funding. I guess the other reason in terms of putting it on private property, which is probably why the regulation exists, is the concern over are we picking winners and losers, and are we subsidizing the private sector in ways that maybe is going to impact the economics in a way that perhaps wasn't intended.
So the question I think that I'm interested in is how can we give feedback, or is this the?
Yeah. So first of all, we do have on our website the initial report that we did, which I believe was from 2019, so we probably should update it anyway, but the original report that we did in 2019 that showed where the EV charging station should be based on a number of factors. So that report you can look at, read, and specifically looking at the maps. And then beyond that, we can, similar to what we talked about with Danielle and the virtual forum, perhaps we can have a virtual forum on EV charging stations and where people feel that they would like to provide input on those EV charging stations. We did that again originally in 2019, but it's been a while, so perhaps we should update the report and then have a session where you all could provide input.
Is it possible for the charging stations to be installed in partnership with private or public-private development? I'm just thinking of like multifamily or institutional projects that are happening in the city of Cleveland, for example, where they're making improvements to the public right-of-way, where that could be a component of the project. Is there an opportunity to try to create hopefully a low burden process where that can be like projects that maybe the city, like I'll use the city of Cleveland example since that's where I work, but where cities like Cleveland or others could identify projects that are coming through the entitlement process that may be making improvements to the right of way anyway,
Yeah.
and then be matched. Like, can the local match come from a private developer who?
Can come from a private developer,
Great.
and as long as it's in the public right of way, it doesn't matter that it's a private development as opposed to a public park.
Great.
As
Okay.
long as the EV charging station is in the right of way.
Great. That could be potentially a way.
Great idea.
You know, when we created our TDM program, we did debate having EV charging as a menu item for TDM points. We ultimately left it out of the first round because it wasn't clear to us at the time how it would reduce VMT, since that was one goal of the TDM program. But that said, there are other benefits to having, you know, beyond VMT reduction, to having electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the city and available to the public. So I'm sure there's a way we could figure that out.
Yeah, very good. Great suggestion.
Yeah, I think it would be nice. I mean, when I'm working with clients, you know, sometimes I'd like to help them get, I think it's an appropriate location, and I like to help them get EV charging infrastructure, and it's not clear to me how they would do that. So I think if there was a little bit of a competitive process or some funding available that more, you know, or whether they're private or public, would be interested in taking advantage of that and I think the one thing that's important and shouldn't get lost is that it's important that the stations be well used, right? That's going to advance equity if they're actually eliminating emissions. So while, you know, public, there's an ease in putting them in certain places, we also want to try to ensure that they're going to be well used.
Yep.
Any other questions or thoughts? Did you have any other items or topics you wanted to?
No, I think that we have sufficiently wrapped up the conversation that we had today in the bigger
Okay.
joint meeting.
Is there any new business? Have any questions or anything? All right, we'll go ahead. Let's see, it looks like it's 10:15. Have a good holiday, everyone. Thanks for coming, and we are good to go. Thank you.
Yeah, have a great holiday.
allegiance to the republic for which it stands, liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meetings law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from the voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. And we have before us the meeting minutes of December 8, 2023, Economic Development Subcommittee. So, with that, are there any additions or corrections?
Move to approve as presented.
Very good. Thank you. May I have a second, please? Thank you. You get that? Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Very good. And we also have the meeting minutes of March 22nd of 2024, the Economic Development Subcommittee meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to approve? May I have a motion to approve? Thank you. May I have a second, please? Thank you. Did you get those? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Very good. Motion is approved. All right, the meeting minutes of June 21, 2024, Economic Development Subcommittee meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to approve? Thank you. Second? May I have a second, please? Very good. Thank you. And for the record, second is? Got it. Thank you. It doesn't count unless Brenda documents it. So she really runs the meetings. I just look like it. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. The motion is approved. And the meeting minutes of September 27, 2024, Economic Development Subcommittee. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to approve same? May I have a motion, please? Thank you. Second? Thank you. All right, all those in favor? You're scaring me, folks. Okay, opposed? Very good. All right, moving on to public comments. Do we have anyone signed in to speak today? We have no one signed in. Thank you. All right, Madam Executive Director, Grace. We have an Executive Director's report.
I have no executive director's report, but I do want to reflect on the year end that it's been a good year, and I want to make sure that you all are thanked for your work that you do on this committee, the subcommittee. It's very important work. The region benefits. There is a difference that you make in coming to our meetings, and just want to recognize you for that. We also look forward to a great 2025. And so from that point, just again, I have no specific report.
Very good. Thank you, Grace. Any questions or comments for Grace? Very good. Thank you. Moving on to item 5, action items. Item A, the draft performance measures. Ronnie Blackshear. Ronnie, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear with NOACA staff. These are the draft performance measures that we've been refining for our past several meetings. And it's also in your packet. The subcommittee, the action requested is that the subcommittee is asked to review and approve the performance measures. I would like to say that the performance measures that are being presented today is not set in stone, so they can always be revised as we move forward. And there may be more performance measures that are mentioned here. That doesn't mean that we can delete some at some point or add additional ones at some point too. As far as the background, kind of go over the information that has been presented before. The performance measures gauge economic growth and assist in implementing and maintaining the SEDS. There's three areas that we were looking at as far as the performance measures of the categories. The what we call at the, probably I would say the forest, the U.S. state regional point in time. These are point in time type benchmarks for the nation, the region and the state, and it's linked down to the regional or county level or even a lower level as we so choose. As far as the core performance measures, it allows stakeholders to become more informed about the economy and what drives its income and prosperity. The regionally unique performance measures, these are our key topic areas from the SEDS based on those 17 key topic areas that was mentioned in the SEDS. And those areas are based on the review of existing plans, statistical data, stakeholder input, and the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis. As a note, the data sources that we're mentioning here, we may have different agencies, may differ from the data access points, the actual agencies that provide it. Meaning that, say if, and I'm just using one CSU as an example, some of the data doesn't necessarily mean that it comes from them. They may get it from another source and utilize that. So that's what that means. Thanks, Molly. As far as the U.S. State regional, we were looking at population, and we mentioned about the sources, which would be ACS. And if you look on the back of your sheet, it's the American Community Survey. I have the, those are just the acronyms for them, but in CSU, Cleveland State University. Data from at the state level of Ohio would be the same. We can also use the Northeast Ohio, the county, at the county levels, we can get information. And we can go down to any level that we need, whether it's ethnic, things of that nature, income, those things are made available. We just have to put it into the way that we want to present it as we move forward. As far as wealth creation, we have median household income and per capita income. As far as economic measures, we have capital investment. And things that you see that's highlighted in red is the areas that we didn't have before that was mentioned at our last meeting, and I've kind of incorporated those. So we can possibly get information as far as capital investment from TNEMIO or some of the economic development agencies that are at the county level, city level. EDA funded projects, we get that from, as far as NOACA keeps a track of that, and you stakeholders have that. And I'll mention something about our EDA project, and I'll give an update as to the Economic Development Administration's look at our application to become a district. We have non-EDA funded projects. We have percent GDP spent on research and development, and these each of the possible sources or the agencies that have the information, we can get it, go at a different level. Private investment dollars that we've mentioned, public investment dollars. And as, is there any questions? And if I'm going too fast, please let me know.
Any questions, sir? Can you make
Mr.
your
Chairman,
motion?
to the
There you go.
speaker, in number one, small letter A, number one, NOACA, Northeast Ohio population, how deep do you go in that regard? How deep will the data be?
It could be as deep as whatever the information we can get. It can be at the county level, the census tract level, wherever that information and the category that we're looking at, wherever it's available. And that's why I was mentioning about maybe the ethnic group, income,
Yeah.
Things of that nature. So the level that we need to go to in order to project what we're doing and that we can track that, if we're going to use that as a measure, we can go at whatever level that's available.
I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, to the speaker, will there be a plus minus on that as well? Like, is there a chance to see where we were 5 years ago as we kind of figure out if we're up or down?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I think I mentioned at a previous meeting is that initially I was looking at possibly starting right before the pandemic, but in talking to some of the stakeholders, I think we need to probably go back maybe 5 or 10 years and then kind of have a figure out the baseline where we want to go so that we can measure it, because every year, once we become a district, we have to prepare a report for EDA. And every 5 years is when we do our major update of our SED. So as we move forward and once we get our performance measures that we would like to look at, then we can utilize that data and also answer the questions that's necessary for us to provide that annual report once we become a district designated area. And also every 5 years, we're going to update our sets.
Okay, final question, Mr. Chairman, to the speaker. Are you doing any cross analysis or data linkages with the Board of Elections?
That hasn't been mentioned, but we can.
I'll just tell you why. It's the best way to measure how many immigrant newcomers are in what places and where, because 95% of them register to vote, and their registration forms are public record. So you could get a snapshot of that immediately in terms of where those folks are living. Now, they've been here a while, so they're not going to just like pop up as new, but it might be a way to just get a little bit more micro data. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
I'd just like to flag that I think in parallel with the conversation of what metrics you're collecting, the time horizons also should be talked about, because a lot of the ACS data, you may or may not be able, depending on the geography, to compare year to year. So I think that's something to flag as well.
Very good. Thank you for that point. Sir.
Through the chair, I'm curious if there are other metrics that were considered under wealth creation. Those are both kind of income, which is, point in time, new money coming in rather than actual wealth.
Ronnie, thoughts?
These were the ones that were mentioned. So if there's any others, I can definitely look to see what's out there.
Yeah, I'd be curious what other opportunity, whether to look to our colleagues at CSU to see if there's anything better to measure than just income in terms of what actual wealth is. I'd also be curious whether we're looking at these across different, by gender, by race, et cetera, and tracking those kind of wealth caps.
Yeah, one of the things that, as far as the categories, that can be, like I said, it can be broken down with regards to ethnicity, age, different types of, maybe even jobs, types of job areas, things of that nature. So yeah, we can get that information available.
So to that question and Marissa's point, I think the committee should decide maybe today, before going through each of the data points, is the geography and time horizon, because that's going to impact every one of these. So if you're looking at 5 years or year to year, as Marissa said, right, some ACS data is 5-year estimates. You can't do that overlapping from year to year. You have to look every 5 years. And there's going to be some data points in this for which small geography is not going to be available at the census tract level, others for which maybe you want to measure at the county level. And so I think those are the dynamics in figuring out maybe first what the subcommittee, what NOAC wants to measure towards SEDS, and then determining the data variables that would undergird that.
Yeah. I would say that like even with the census, it comes out every 10 years, but there are estimates on a yearly basis where some of the data could be available, and it may not be the case with some other data sources. So there's that hit and miss, as Molly said, that we would have to look at. These points are just there now. We were trying to get a way to kind of move forward with it, and I can, as I'm getting this information, I can look more deeper into the things that we can find out, and if we are available, if the data is available at the level that we need it, whether it's yearly, every 5 years or 10 years.
And to that point, is 5 years a good number for this group to think of as a good working number? But if we find that that's not adequate, then we can modify it accordingly? Is that a reasonable starting point? I'm just looking for some feedback.
Molly's saying no.
Okay.
Molly, did you have some further thought on that, or Marissa?
So just the way the data, so when you see ACS comes from the Census Bureau American Community Survey. For smaller geographies that are places that have less than 65,000 population, you cannot get year-to-year estimates. They aggregate those data into a 5-year estimate. So that's when Molly and I are talking about time horizons, for smaller geographies, you're really only gonna see like the 2016 to 20 whatever as an aggregate, if that makes sense.
That's
Just to
the resolution,
clarify
yeah.
for the group who may not be a data wonk.
And so what that also means is if you're trying to measure change or growth, you're not going to see that year to year with those particular data points. When we're talking about time horizon, like thinking about one, laying a baseline for when we want our start comparison framework to be, and then the frequency with which you measure things, right? So there's some things for which you are going to be able to look year over year, and then others where you're just continuing to use the 5-year ACS estimates. And so that's also why geography really matters in thinking about down to what level do we want to be looking at, because census tract may be really important, but we might only be able to get something for county.
So if we're going to normalize this so that we can actually apply it, I think we can all agree on a baseline. If we look back 10 years as a baseline, but the resolution going forward, do you have any suggestions? Because having worked on the census, that was a challenge. We got into some neighborhoods that I know had growth, but it was not reflected because of poor response. And those neighborhoods were typically, I'm speaking from Lake County's perspective, but I understand it was universally applicable. It was usually our underprivileged communities. Those were the ones that were the most challenged to get reporting back from. Are there alternate sources where we could be able to get some good faith estimates that we could actually take action on? I would be very interested in thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just, to that point,
Yes,
which is why I think this august committee, and I've had this conversation with Director Pan Wong at the City of Cleveland and with the folks at the Cuyahoga County Planning Department, we have to start the census conversation today.
Agreed. Oh, absolutely.
I have been
Yep.
part of 3 failed censuses in the last 30 years because we always started at 11:30 on the clock and midnight was around the corner. We're at about 2 p.m. right now. And so whatever the scientists you guys are to think about how to do that better, we're going to start that conversation now. And you said underprivileged, I'll say people in our community that don't speak English.
Sure.
And so, and I know there's a lot in Lake County, trying to think about how do we get people counted, it matters a lot. I think I heard from Lee Fisher a few days ago I think it was 1980, Cuyahoga County had 4 congresspeople, each taking a piece of it.
Sure.
Representation matters.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. And that actually is a key element that this group needs to take into consideration. This is not a political discussion. This is a representation discussion. And on that theme, I can tell you just again, our experience in Lake County, I did chair the Complete Count Committee, so I am speaking with some firsthand knowledge. I'm going to say our Mexican population, they were incredibly reluctant to respond because there is a distinct difference between resident and being a citizen. And the census is about who is a resident. That was one of the big hurdles and barriers to entry to get responses. But once we managed to pierce that, we did have a pretty good response. But there's that trust factor. And trust, to your point, is not earned, and I'm going to say earned, overnight. It is something that takes years, in some cases decades. So to that point, we don't have decades, but we do have a few years. But this is the time, if we're going to be making an impact and showing the value, if you want to have representation, you've got to be counted. So that is a very simple model, but that is a very concise message that we need to push through, that if people want to be properly represented, they have to be heard. So I'm wide open to any suggestions because this is going to be an ongoing issue. But Ronnie, yes, you had some thoughts, sir.
I just wanted to kind of make sure that everyone understands about these performance measures is that it's not set in stone. It's more of the forest before the trees type of thing. And since we've been doing this for probably our last 3 or 4 meetings to try to get this part done so that we can actually start to delve into exactly what we need or want to look for and what we want to measure as far as that, a level and the type of areas that we want to measure. So we're kind of, in a sense, behind in that regard. So once we do settle on at least this part, and like I said, it's not set in stone. There may be other performance measures that need to be here or some that may need to be taken away. But we need to get to a point where, we want to try to establish that base set of, measures, and then we can go from there and start to look at it. Because I also want to talk about, as we get to the point of updating our EDD and what's happening, I'll get more into, where that's leading and how it's affecting us at this point in time.
Very good. Well, let's maybe put a little finer point on this. It sounds like we can stipulate that a baseline 10 years, and I'm kind of looking to I love that term wonk, by the way. That is so accurate. You gotta have the geeks in the room. Where I'm going with that is, if we can agree on the baseline, now how do we build and add to that? That's something, I think that's going to be that proverbial moving target. And it's not just a Cuyahoga County, it's not just a Northeast Ohio. This is a national issue. So my suggestion would be, let's agree on the baseline. Let's look forward and maybe look to other regions in the country. How are they doing it? What is the foundation that is identifiable, repeatable? That whole scientific metric of what is it that we can massage the data from? Is that a reasonable approach? I'm seeing a few nods yes. Do I have any nays to that? Okay, Ronnie, does that make sense to you, what we just talked about? Let's talk about our base, look back, a 10-year look back, and then we're going to drill down on all the factors that go into getting an accurate reflection of what our population truly is. That makes sense, sir? Oh, yes, Grace.
Yeah, and so I heard 2 points that needed to be settled. One was the time frame. The other was the geography. Now, the geography, we must report on what we consider to be the economic development district, or hopefully district, which is the 5 counties. So we have to report on the 5 counties. We can drill down further by county. But when you go further than that, as you said, you can't get accurate data. So is there any point to even doing that? And maybe the only other one that I can think of is an urban versus a rural. And is there any value in measuring that? And if not, then why don't we keep it simple and just measure the 5 counties as a whole and then each individual county?
Ma'am.
So I think in asking what we're measuring, the question of why we're measuring it or to what end is important. So when you talked about not being able to drill down, or that we have to measure for the EDD at the 5 counties. Are these matched up to particular goals so not just priority areas of SEDS, but goals, projects, or activities that are being undertaken? Or are they just general monitoring and tracking, right? So why are we measuring what we're measuring? If there isn't organizations actively engaged in retaining minority populations in the 5 county areas, why are we measuring that? Because you're not going to move the needle on it. Could be a potential sticking point. So thinking through some of why we're measuring what we're measuring as we get to then also, thinking about the 5 counties or any sub-geographies.
If I could just add to your comments, it is, I'm going to call it a la carte. Something that's important to you may not be important to another member or another agency, but by gathering and capturing that information, it is available. And I will tell you, being in the service universe, I'd rather have the tool than not have it. Have it, not need it, than need it and not have it. Literally, you captured, I'm going to call on all of the above. So there is relevance. So I just want to throw that out there, that don't artificially limit ourselves, even though something may seem like a practice and frustration. By capturing that, somebody may find that to be useful. Does that make sense?
So that absolutely does. I guess my question to NOACA and thinking about EDA and the EDD designation is, are they then holding you accountable to those measures? Right, so I get what you're saying about the kind of public benefit and communication benefit to that, and the usability of maybe many of the organizations around this table and communities. But for EDA and for the EDD designation, what are the baseline requirements of that and reporting that out? And if you have kind of this a la carte and you're reporting it back to them and they're looking at this, are there any consequences related to reporting those things out when we don't have maybe organizations working towards those goals, or they're just general measures that we may not see change in over a year to 5-year period of time?
I think it's fair to say you're not going to see a penalty for having too many resources. So as long as we're not claiming that we're using it for a specific purpose, but it's available if somebody wants to use it for a purpose. But I will let Grace put the proper legal language to it. I'm the applied science guy, by the way.
I think if I could just jump in, building on what you're saying, I think it's hard as this committee to confirm what's missing from this list until we know why we're measuring it. So that's what I think why it matters. So to look at this list and say, is this the right list? I think understanding the why would help us understand what might be missing that we should be measuring.
I would respond to that by saying there are things that we as a group are not going to know. As much talent as there is around these tables, there are those who are going to be very creative, very innovative, and we're going to be very impressed with them. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ronnie, what we're trying to put together here is not intended to be comprehensive or exhaustive in nature, but we have to have a starting point. You know that old saying, a trip of 1,000 miles begins with one step? We have to make this step. Ronnie, you want to answer?
Yes, the one thing I want to say is that something that didn't occur when this set was put together, you have a lot of information, but there was no prioritization of where we were going and what manner we were going in. You have 17 key topic areas. They're all over the place. I mean, we have to, and that was the one thing when I saw that, even speaking with the consultants in the past, is that was something that was done intentionally, in the sense that we wanted to capture a lot of information, a lot of things that are out there, but we knew we have to drill in or set priorities or prioritization as to what this group as a region needs to go as far as pursue. That was the reason why, if you notice in some of the several meetings when I said, these are the areas as I look at it. I'm not from this area, but I've kind of done this kind of work and try to see exactly what has been measured. I picked out 7 of those 17 key topic areas: workforce development, innovation, healthcare. What are those, of those, is there an area that this group needs to go to? And that's where we need to be at a certain point. We have to prioritize that information. This is just thinking of what is necessary, or what could be. There's a lot of information here that we won't report out. I don't think it's going to be that we would want to report out, as far as into EDA or just in general. But there are certain things in here, I believe, that once we do hone in as to what it is that we're prioritizing, and I'll get into this later, but, we had several grants that have gone out this year, where different agencies have applied for it, but not as a whole. It has to come through here, through as far as we're looking at becoming a district EDD for this area, we have to come into agreement to be, applying as one. There may be 1 or 2 projects that we may be looking at, but as a group, if we prioritize the things that we're looking at based on our SEDS, I think then we can move forward. So this is almost like a reset of what we're doing. This is something that I thought maybe we would have had accomplished several meetings ago, so that we can get to the point where we can actually zero in as to what we need to look for as a group. And so I'll just leave it at that. Hopefully that makes sense.
It does, sir. Grace?
Yeah, maybe a way to look at this is, these are basic measures of economic success for the region. So the purpose is, at this time, the state of the region economically. And when we start really moving forward in the prioritization, of the items that we have in the SEDS, we can always add measures to that. And to the point of many folks that around the room that have been saying, there has to be a purpose to measure something. You don't just usually measure it to measure it. So what is the purpose for measuring more than just the basics? These are the ones that have been recommended by staff to measure the general state of the economy within Northeast Ohio.
Thoughts? Sure.
Yeah, I think you could go down a road of trying to answer every single question and come up with every single hypothetical.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, sir.
I said, I think you can go down the road of trying to answer every single question and every single hypothetical. There's a lot of data that is out there. And if it's something that's particular to a certain organization and mission, to some extent, that's on that organization. I personally am comfortable with the list that's put together, at least as a starting point. And I think the question about timing is important and valid. And I think some of these are going to be 10-year trends. Some of these are going to be 1-year trends. I think the regions are fine. You can get at the county level. I think there may be a thought about whether you want to go look at urban core versus suburban/rural. It depends on what the data point is. But in general, I think this is all theoretical without data anyway. So what I would suggest is that we put this report together, and then when we look at the numbers, we'll see if we feel like we're missing something. I'd defer to staff's judgment on that.
Thank you, sir.
And Ronnie, I do have a question. Where would we have, and maybe I'm just not seeing it on this page, and I don't know if there's, there we go.
What you're seeing there, Grace, if you go back, I'll go back. Starting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoops. I think we're
Here.
both trying to manage it at the same time. It's not working.
Yeah. Here's the thing with the EDA. If we are wanting to be a district, even though we're not now, we need to act like we are one. We need to have purpose as if we're doing it. What we say in our SEDS is what we need to be doing, meaning that we need to be applying for projects. I know you can do individual projects, but those that this group agrees on as a region, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for not just individual things, because there are times when I've seen groups, agencies have applied for projects, and they'll come to us for a letter of support. And that may be the first time that we hear about it. And that's not a good thing as far as EDA has said to us, is that we need to see if you guys are operating as a group. And I'll give you their shortcomings when I get to that point, when I give you an update. So with the 17 key topic areas that you see on your screen, I just randomly picked those based on the strength that I believe that we are showing. And at the time of the meetings that we had, this group were in agreement. These are the ones that we can kind of pursue. But we have to go back to our SEDS to see what have we said for each of these topic areas, and the priorities and the goals and objectives that we have is we may have to, more than likely, we're going to have to shorten, narrow this down into certain points. It could be some of the ones that are not even picked here. Arizona, Arizona was one I saw. Team Neil, I believe, working with the Arizona Alliance, received a grant for that. That could be something that could be possibly looked at. But we have to look at this as a whole. Workforce development may be applicable to everyone. That may be something that we can look at. There's been grants for that. But we have to look at it as a whole, narrowing it down to certain things. You can still apply for the individual ones, but we have to, as a group, we have to look as if we're an EDD. Because if they did give it to us last year, we applied in January 31st of last year, and I'll get into that, but so far we still haven't received that. But say if they would have given it to us in, say, a month or so, we would have been way behind as to what we were doing since we haven't had a quorum. So I'm just kind of mentioning that we need to kind of, look at this as this is just more in general per se, but we know we have to get some work done as far as to prioritize the things that we want to see grow as in this region, and also implement those type of things that we've identified in our sets.
So Ronnie, if I could just add to what you're saying, it might be benefit, like I alluded to it a moment ago, sort of an applied science perspective. let's take a look, as we start to learn about each one of these, we're gonna find where they're not siloed. They actually do have, Ronnie, can you go back one, please? I was actually gonna use that as my cue card. Sorry. For example, housing. There is a critical need for affordable, sustainable housing in this area, but it is undeniably tied to healthcare, education, workforce development, and we'll start to see those connectivities become apparent. So, Ronnie, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mentioned that.
Hopefully I'm
as
not stealing your thunder here. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no problem. I was mentioning that, and I'm glad you mentioned housing. It's one of the things that EDA is not necessarily looking at.
Got it. So again, just kind of keep that in mind. And Ronnie, if you want to go ahead and proceed, and maybe some of these answers will, as you finish your presentation, become apparent. Thank you, sir.
I'm assuming any other questions regarding this? As I said, we can always delve into as far as wealth creation. I do have a note saying that to look at additional performance measures for that, so.
Ronnie, this is where I was going to ask the question, under the core, do you have things, or how do you expect something like GDP or unemployment to sort of be part of this assessment, considering those are very high level, but important to the region?
Well, if you notice that there was 3 areas that we had, and I kind of broke it down to the third one, which is that's based on the SEDS, the key topic areas. When you begin to, as we go through those, you'll see more of the other, even in our spreadsheet where we talk about GDP and things of that nature. If we look at the different areas that we want to zero in on, we can always expand on these types of things. This is just basic information that I was receiving. I'm assuming, hopefully I'm answering your question. Are you looking at wanting to go more as far as additional performance measures?
Well, I'm wanting to include GDP and unemployment as a basic measure of economic health. So just background, not even necessarily specific to the SEDS, but how will those kinds of things that are background make its way into this? Will it be part of the analysis? Will it?
It could possibly be,
Yeah.
depending on the way we want to go as far as the prioritization. If we're looking at GDP as far as, and I'm looking at some of the key topic areas like education, workforce development, things of that nature. I think that can play a way into those, even innovation and entrepreneurship.
I would agree with Grace. And if you could add productivity, GDP per employee, I think we perform fairly well on productivity as well.
Thank you.
Ronnie, I know we stopped you on your first slide, so we probably should let you finish the presentation and then go back to asking questions, because some of the questions may very well be answered as you continue the presentation.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, in order to kind of zero in on certain areas, the key topic areas, those are the areas that are highlighted that was initially chosen when we first started this back. Actually, I believe it was December's meeting of last year. After that meeting in March, that's when we started to really get into as far as putting the performance measures together. And these are the 17 key topic areas. Not saying that these are the ones that we may look at, but trying to identify something, since we didn't have a prioritization of projects or things that we did when the SEDS was created. I had to start at a certain area. And so an agreement was what the group that was actually attending our meetings came for us to, for staff to kind of look at and delve into even more so with these topic areas. I added access to broadband because that actually is something that's key to a lot of things. It's key to business, it's key to education, things of that nature, and it's key to the region as we grow. Education, some of the These are some of the performance measures that we're looking at with regards to education. Graduation rate, high school career exposure. See, some of these are also mentioned, not necessarily at our meeting, but through emails, through stakeholders that, were able to gather additional information for us. Internships, apprenticeships, post-secondary training. We have some of the, either the source or the ones who actually have put together data together as some of our sources that were listed here. As far as healthcare, one of the things that came up before was the available beds and hospital capacity. And one of the Center for Health Affairs was one of the possible sources for that information. Infant mortality, health care patents, things of that nature, life expectancy, baseline for the region. Any questions on any of this information?
Any questions, thoughts?
Okay.
Ronnie, please proceed. Thank you, sir.
As far as housing, in speaking with us, EDA, they are not necessarily looking at that as being, say, something that we would pursue as far as getting grants for that. But, we are, as a region, possibly could be looking at stuff like affordability, home ownership, things of that nature, residential permits. Innovation and entrepreneurship, business expansions, innovation and research and development growth, small and medium enterprises, the growth in those types of businesses. Those are just to name a few. There may be others. As far as manufacturing, manufacturing productivity, value-added manufacturing, we can actually delve into the types of manufacturing, whether it's agriculture, automotive, things of that nature. Like I said, this is like the force before they actually delving into what we're wanting to look at and doing. Any questions here?
Questions, thoughts?
As far as workforce development, average job and wage growth, employable population, gap talent available and needed. That was one of the ones that was added recently. Possibly Team NEO could be a source of that, and also the Federal Reserve Bank, they may have information as far as that. They may not be the ones that actually have the data. They may direct us to the actual sources. So jobs created and or retained, a labor force participation rate. The new average wage jobs and new high wage jobs, didn't have anything there. I just we could possibly come up with something if we are looking at trying to measure those type of things, meaning that if we're looking at an industry, maybe the new average job wage that we may be looking at is 50,000, 60,000. And from that point would be our baseline that we can measure and see how we've grown over the years. New high wage job, is it an increment? I just use this as an example, 5,000, is it 10,000? Things of that nature. I've, seen those type of examples. And the unemployment rate in the region, in the counties and also in the region. These are some of the ones that could possibly be measured, among others. Any questions?
Questions, thoughts? Please proceed, Ronnie.
Of course, that pretty much concludes the topic areas, and this is just basically background as far as definitions and possible access points. And of course, there's no financial impact for this item. And as far as the next steps, these measures will be used to assess the region's performance and determine if the objectives of the SEDS are being met. That's the maintenance and implementation of the SEDS. And like I said, as we move forward and once we get to the point, we're in a groove as to looking at objectives, and we've prioritized the things that we want to look at the type of grants that are available, projects that are out there. We can pursue that and also utilize what we're looking for as far as wage, income, ethnicity, population, things of that nature. These are the performance measures we will utilize in order to make those objectives to come to fruition. And also implement the ones that we prioritize. And what I'll do is if we do get a yay or approval on these performance measures, we'll kind of hone in as to some of the key topic areas that we have start to utilize those as far as putting together, going in depth with some of our stakeholders, talking to them to try to gather the information and come back to you at, at our next meeting with what we've found and what we need to move forward. And hopefully we'll, since I know the baseline of where we want to go 10 years out and, from that point and move forward, we can get to the point where we're gathering the data, because once we do become a economic development district, we have to report every year annually on our progress. And then every 5 years, just a major update to the sets.
Now,
Thank you.
Ronnie, I think I know the answer to this question, but I know you live and breathe this. You've heard what we've talked about stipulating to, but you've also, I'm sure, loud and clear heard the concerns, the thoughts going forward. If we in good faith adopt this with what has been stipulated to, what's how quickly, if we see that there is a deficiency, something that we really need to add, the amendment process, is it as simple as just the next meeting, we can make that amendment and properly document it? What's the process there?
Yeah,
How quickly can we respond to when we find there's an aha moment, I guess is where I'm going.
Yeah, the one thing I had mentioned earlier is that as far as these performance measures, it's fluid. It's not like set in stone, it can always be updated. But it gives us a starting point that we can possibly look at the topic areas that we've identified, if everyone's still in agreement on those, or if there's others that you would possibly want to look at. And I'll go back to that. We need to prioritize what we want to pursue as a region. Although there's projects that are being applied for, but as a region, we need to get to a point where we need to prioritize that. I can start with these, and if there's others that you need staff to look at, we can also incorporate that. And also at that point in time, what I'll do is I'll bring in each of the key topic areas has goals and objectives to it, and I'll pass that out in a prior meeting where those were actually listed, because that's what I was looking at for us to pursue. Those are the ones that we need to kind of hone in on, and those are the type of things that we need to satisfy with regards to performance measures and other tools that we have in order to maintain and implement that sets.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it would be helpful. You mentioned like Aerozone and their planning grant that they just received from EDA. And considering that this is towards the EDD designation of this list, it might be helpful if we could have an understanding of the submissions that have gone into EDA and what areas those are for and where folks have actually received funding. And that may help set some of those kind of priority areas and figuring out, who in the region is already doing what in these areas.
Yeah, I kind of have a list of what has been done over the last 10 years, I believe.
Because I don't think I don't even have a really strong grasp of all of the submissions that have gone into EDA, and thinking about what folks working in the community are prioritizing and requesting funding to support that we then could be measuring.
Exactly. And that's the one thing that should have come through us as a region as far as NOACA, because many of those who are sit on this, on the stakeholders on this committee actually are the ones who are applying for some of these. And we want to make sure that, we've captured those types of grants and things that are coming through, that we are possibly look at those. And like I said, I mentioned the Arizona one that could possibly be one that we could have, began to look at that point in time.
If I could just offer one example, recently in Lake County, our Lakeland Community College, the engineering building, renovation, expansion, they were only eligible for a $4.2 million grant because of the work that we had done to get us to this point. So that's one example of a educational institution focusing on, again, education, but as well as workforce development and doing the things that just keep people engaged. So excellent, because the more, I'm going to call them success stories that we can talk about, it's going to be contagious. Success breeds success. And that's not just a cliche, that's very real. So maybe we need to work on that a little bit too, of getting a list of the success stories of how this has been used. And that'll also help with the what ifs, the things that we don't know. And that's where those creative minds can start kicking into in the future.
I would
Ronnie,
also say,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, has or is artificial intelligence part of the key topic areas or a driver? And I apologize, this might be for the speaker. Was that a consideration when these key areas were being developed? And I'm asking that because the county, we're in the middle of two strategic plans, one for the overall county and one for economic development. And all the stuff that we do, artificial intelligence is integrated in terms of being a producer and not just a user of AI. So I was just curious if AI was a consideration in this, or should it be?
Well, I'm going to go with two things. One, my bad joke is every time you have elected officials involved, there's always artificial intelligence. Being an elected official, I can make that bad joke. The other side of that coin is, coming from a technology background myself, that actually is baked into a lot of the technology discussions. It's become very popular to actually talk about it. This level of activity has been around for longer than we realize. Anybody who has a Google on their phone, all of a sudden, when you start getting all things populating, when you do one search, it's there, it's baked into the metrics. It's just now we're calling it out as a specific category, which kind of goes back to the resolution, as I like to call it, the degree of drilling down on things. So it is there, but it is being called out in name now as opposed to just in practice, if that's helpful. Thank you, sir. Good question, though. Grace, did you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to let him know that when we developed the SEDS, however, we did not specifically call out AI in anything. It really, I don't even think Chat GPT had come out yet when we had, which I think was the first one, the publicly available one. It had not come out yet, and we really didn't think of it that way. Certainly not the way you're thinking of it at the county. That's something that we may want to amend the document and the priority areas in the future.
I just have a quick question on the highlights. I mean, we've mentioned NASA and the Aerozone Alliance at least 15 times today. Should that be a highlighted one? I guess I'm asking the obvious because that seems to be the one we keep going back to. If we keep going back to that and yet it's not going to be a highlighted one, should it be a priority?
As I had mentioned earlier, is that the list of the ones that were initially picked, and I think I said that that's not the end all be all. So that is part of it. I think aerospace and NASA, definitely Arizona is something that could possibly be looked at if the group wants to go that route. I would also say about AI, I would say that kind of, I was kind of thinking about that before, and I think that goes under innovation and entrepreneurship in a sense that it could be incorporated into that topic area.
Do we have to pick these highlighted areas?
No, this is just a starting point.
Right.
Where we need to go. If there's other ones,
Exactly.
and because some, I had mentioned before at previous meetings that we had to have a starting point. We didn't have any place to go, so I had to kind of pick, and that's what the groups were actually going is, including. So even now, since we have a quorum that we can say that in the, as far as the approval is that, these are not necessarily the ones that will be the ones that we would just only look at. Everything is on the table in a sense.
Right.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am.
I have a quick question, going kind of back to what was shared over here. I have the original SEDS in front of me, and I just think it could be really valuable for all of this to go back to those strategies and outcomes and potential partners that were outlined in it and identify what work is going on right now. And that might let us see where we're putting the most effort across our region in each of these areas, which might raise up what are the priorities. And then we could set our desired outcomes and metrics around those.
Okay.
Ronnie, do you want to?
I was going to say, one of the things that I've also incorporated, and what we do initially every year, we go through what we call our focus areas that we look at. One of the focus areas, if you recall, the ones who have been at our previous meetings was SEDS education. And one of the things I presented in one of those was the our goals and objectives for these particular ones, but of course, all of them are game to be shown, and we can get to that point where we begin to look at those areas, look at what has been applied, like you said, and try to focus in on those key topic or those areas that we can prioritize in order that we can compete as a region, for grants. Not saying that none of the agencies could apply for certain things, but one of the things that EDA told me is that we don't want to see where you have all of these applications coming in for these groups. And more than likely, if they know that they know that we have a set, they know that we're trying to be a district, you may start seeing no, yes, that type of thing on certain things. We don't want to see that. And it doesn't help us become a district. So.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, I appreciate everything, and I know we have to take a vote on this, and then we can get to the meat of the matter. I'm thinking in terms of, immediate action about like through lines. And, we're at 30,000 feet right here on this slide, and then you got to 15,000 feet, and then I felt toward the end we were, kind of on the ground. I'm thinking about the people that you identified as being able to provide the data. If you went to Chief Epstein's department right now and said how many building and housing permits were pulled in the city of Cleveland alone, that would tell such a story of investment that isn't reflected on a Cleveland magazine level, but is the minutia of whether the city is living or dying. Same thing in Painesville. Same thing could be said in Akron or any one of our communities. And as we get closer to it, I want to make sure we're applying that easily gettable data, but is often overlooked.
Yeah.
The other question I have is about the other EDDs. Do we look like them? Are we framing ourselves like they did? Are these the same kind of backgrounds and CED key topics when they were doing it? And I think we have, 7 EDDs, Director, in Ohio?
So every EDD is different in terms of its region and the priorities of that region. The only EDD that has been approved recently is Columbus.
Okay.
Previously, Akron, Canton, Youngstown they've already had their own.
I'd love to look at that. And the final thing I'll say is if you want to see a real life cut to the chase application of AI, what Tri-C is doing right now with a program aptly named Gracie, but how they're matching workforce needs with human beings, it is breathtaking. And I would just offer that to you because there's a million applications,
Yeah.
but people talk AI, I think Elon Musk, not anymore. I think Eric Gordon, I think what they're doing at Tri-C, and I'll just offer that to you. It is brilliant and I think could be a real tool for this table.
Yeah, and
Which
I would also
again,
ma-
Ronnie, if I could just add though, I think that makes Ronnie's point about this is a fluid process. I just want to get that in there. Ronnie, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I had to pat you on the back for that
No
one.
problem. And I was going to mention that too, is that it's a fluid process, but it's also something, even though it's localized in that area, it kind of affects the whole region, actually, more than the region. So those are the type of things that when you apply for it and knowing, especially if they're applying for grants or things of that nature, seeing what's going on, we want to make sure that we've kind of incorporated whatever necessary or the performance measures that we can get out of that somehow, in order to what we do as far as satisfying what our SEDS is. And like Grace has said, that every SEDS is different. This one has actually got approved. We got approved right away, my understanding from the feds. And so it's not a problem with that in that regard, but everything is fluid.
So I think if we want to look at this as adopting them as a starting point with review at least once a year, and if something needed to be added in between that time, it can be. Maybe and in order to inform additional metrics, I think we do have to look at not only what grants did we receive in the region, what grants were we denied? What grants what programs and projects have been begun within the region under different kinds of grants that are not perhaps EDA. But we need to get a better picture of where we're spending our time and our energy and our money relative to federal funding.
I would also, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was on the SEDS committee and as many times as I've looked at this today, I'm like, I'm really surprised we don't have infrastructure on here. That's what we've applied with the EDA for infrastructure. And I mean, basically with economic development, if you don't have infrastructure, you're not going to have economic development. And I know that's a broad topic, but I think maybe that should be on one of our topic areas.
But keep in mind this, as I referred to earlier, these things are woven into, they're not individually siloed. Forgive me. So transportation, huge component. So it is there. It may not be called out in name, but it's woven into the tapestry of this entire operation. I just want to bring that to everybody's attention, although it's explicitly not called out. This is not an exclusive list, which is why earlier I said this is not intended to be comprehensive or exhaustive in nature. So all of these elements are there. Ronnie, did you want to add to that,
Yeah, I
sir?
was going to say, yeah, I was going to also mention that too, is that these are broad topics. Transportation involves a lot of things. It involves not only the vehicles themselves, but the actual electronics, the computerizations, and things of that nature is woven into that. Manufacturing, of course, it's a major topic, but you can go into different avenues of manufacturing too, so.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ronnie. So with all of those thoughts in play, and I hope we've got a pretty clear picture, that, again, this is a good faith starting point. Do I have a motion to approve based off of our discussion here in Ronnie's presentation? Thank you. May I have a second, please? Thank you. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Very good. Motion is approved. And regarding presentation and discussion items, we have nothing before us regarding future actions and no updates on information. So moving on to item 7, reports and updates. Item A, Economic Development Information Repository. Again, Ronnie Blackshear.
I mentioned earlier that every year the MPL NOACA goes through for every aspect of their divisions and things that we're working on. We develop focus areas that we look at. One of the ones that we're looking at now is to have a centralized repository of information for like grants of that nature. And I think that some of the agencies actually receive stuff from EDA, but we wanted to have that on our website in order to move forward. If you notice that the ones who've seen it, I've sent out emails, or we've sent out, staff has sent out emails regarding the type of grants that are available at this point in time, during the year. So we want to continue that, maybe have that as an area. Also talk about the SEDS itself. That's another one of the focus areas to kind of educate us on the SEDS. I know that there are times when you work on something that you don't really look at it as a whole. Once you begin to kind of delve into it, you can get a lot more information out of it. As far as programs, I mentioned earlier that we have begun to, and I'll get this out, and this is just a partial list that I have, the type of grants that we've been issued since 2020. The things like the COVID-19 recovery resiliencies, and these are not just EDAs. Some of this stuff actually goes, we get stuff like we just got a $15 million grant, EV charging grant. That's a part of economic development. That's a part of the transportation network. That's a part of us growing. We just got a $129 million climate action plan grant for the region, which is great. Those are the type of things that we live. We kind of want to make sure that we incorporate those. I've mentioned here, Build to Scale has been awarded in 2020 to Cleveland Water Alliance and Cleveland State. Economic Adjustment Assistance to Magnet, Urban League of Greater Cleveland, Build to Scale in 2021 to Ohio Aerospace Institute, Build to Scale to Cleveland Water Alliance, things of that nature. So we're going to get that list out to you to let you know what has been awarded and try to get the list as far as to who has applied for it as we talk to our stakeholders to get that information to you.
Very good. Questions and thoughts for Ronnie on that? Ronnie, thank you. All right, moving on to item B, Economic Development District update. Again, Ronnie.
Yes, just to kind of get you informed, like I said, we applied for a district designation this past January, January 31st. Through the administrator of our region and also our contact for our region. In March, we got word that our contact, regional contact, was moving to another job. We got a new representative for us. The individual was also sent that same information, a district designation application in March, and kept in touch with him back and forth, going back and forth. As a matter of fact, he was at our June meeting, if you recall, those who were in attendance. Speaking to him recently in November, though, he wanted to get an update as to what was going on, and I was kind of perplexed because, you know, we've submitted our application, and as of that moment, they had not reviewed it, indicating there was a change of administration. Well, we submitted before that occurred, and staff resources. So understandably, I understand that, but although we are moving somewhat slower, so are they. But we want to make sure that we are still doing what we're doing, and I have information as to what we've done over the past year. Even though we haven't had a quorum, we still have moved forward with certain things. I've gathered data. So hopefully, you know, we can get a positive affirmation from them in the near future.
Excellent, excellent. Any thoughts or questions for Ronnie? Yes, ma'am.
Earlier in the conversation, you alluded to some of the aspects to being an EDD that I think are relevant for SEDS and the subcommittee to consider moving forward. One of which was this kind of approval process for submissions, or putting your kind of imprimatur behind submissions to EDA. And so a further explanation of what that might look like, and how that might play out through SEDS and through NOACA in moving forward and thinking about the EDD submission, which would also then impact annual updates and what's been reported out. So is the expectation from, and I'm asking this publicly, right, is the expectation for EDA to be able to see that certain proposals have the support of NOACA and the subcommittee, whereas others might not? And how is that decision process happening? And I do know in other places what some of that looks like that I can share if anybody's interested.
Excellent, excellent. Grace, Ronnie?
Sure. Right now, we have given letters of support to every application as long as it aligned with the SEDS. The SEDS, of course, being all-encompassing, it's very hard to find something that doesn't align with the SEDS. As we look to prioritize the items within the SEDS, yes, it would look very different. I would like to see this subcommittee integrated into that decision-making process. And what that looks like, I would love to hear some of your thoughts, Molly, on what you've seen elsewhere.
So I can give you one large example that I was made aware of by EDA itself in presentations made to us. And that was at the time in 2023 was a new development and an example of things happening statewide. So in the state of Illinois is the example. It, as you can imagine, is difficult for districts and subcommittees like this to make determinations on what to support in some instances. And so the state of Illinois, through the governor's office, developed a fund that would be used as matching dollars for those large-scale EDA proposals. And to get matching dollars, so it wasn't an evaluation of every submission, but ones that wanted support from the state had to apply to that fund. And then there was the evaluation process of which projects would receive approval for those dollars out of that fund to be used as the matching grant money. And so that is one mechanism that the state of Illinois has employed to help determine which projects it supports across the state. It's not just one every year, they do support multiple. And then on a smaller scale, there are some economic development districts in other places across the country that are doing the same thing.
Excellent, thank you. Ronnie, thoughts? What's your gut check tell you on that? Hate to put you on the spot, but I just did, so. If you have no comment, I understand. Okay, we're good. I guess that was my gotcha moment. Sorry. But again, excellent point. Again, I think that also reflects just how fluid this process is. If we find that getting engaged rather than being agnostic, and if something is inside the box, if we need to be more focused and drill down on something because it has a higher value to our community or our region in general, I think, again, that's representative of just keeping in mind, be flexible. And again, I think the most important thing to take away from this is doing things in good faith. I think that if that's our overarching effort. Now you found your tongue there, Ronnie. Okay,
Well,
gotcha.
yeah, I do have one thing to say. At the time when EDA was saying that, oh, one of the things that we are allowed or could actually apply for is planning grants and technical grants. I applied for a planning grant looking at, and it was in my mind to look at the region to come up with these as far as looking at our topic areas, a economic development cluster of whatever we're going to look at and just kind of get an idea of it. And speaking with EDA, because I was only looking, I had to kind of come up with a certain part of the, as far as funding that was there. They don't look at things of that nature. They have to look at it as a whole. And as I was kind of doing some more information about as far as clusters, I come to find out that some of that data exists, and Cleveland State University is the one that has a lot of that data that we can actually utilize, that we don't necessarily have to go out and try to, get a grant for it, but we have to have, once we do prioritize a certain thing, then we can actually start to look at some of the data that's coming out of those clusters that they've identified, possibly to tie into some of the performance measures or many of the performance measures that we have, in order that we can, show that we are moving forward as far as it says in maintaining and implementing it.
Good example of due diligence and not duplicating effort. So thank you. Further discussion? Okay, moving on to old business. Do we have any old business to come before the board? Hearing and seeing none, moving on to new business. Any new business? Well, if I may, I would like to interject. I would like to say thank you to each and every one of you. You are an amazing group of people. Our region is in very good hands with folks like you serving our community. It's been an honor serving with you, and hopefully I'll stay engaged in other areas, but I'm really, again, words escape me, and I'm trying to do my best here, but by golly, it's been an honor working with each and every one of you. And I really appreciate the level of respect also that you offer to the staff. You ask really tough questions, but you do it in a truly professional and understandable way. And that means so much. Having been on that side of the table too, on the staff side back in my earlier days. So again, I want to thank each and every one of you and just again emphasize our region is in good hands with examples such as you serving our community. So thank you for that. Yes,
If I
ma'am.
may, right back at you. We want to thank you for your leadership in really spurring the development of the SEDS, which has made significant improvement in our economic landscape already. Thank you very much for your engagement with this committee, your leadership, your chairmanship. This committee, this subcommittee, and the work of NOACA around economic development would not have been feasible without your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Is there anything further to come before us? All right, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Do I have a second, please? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Very good. We stand adjourned. Thank you all.